screen still glows. A kettle cold, but my hand still goes. I'm off that range with a coffee stain. Clean mind, sharp eyes in the moonlight train. Order stacked like cards in the deck. I wait my turn, I don't blink yet. One clean setup, that's the code I live. Half asleep, but I got more to give. Hear that tick, hear that pulse. Feel that pull in my bones. I came this far for the long game. I won't leave it alone. London calling, London calling. I'm up for the open. London calling, London calling. I want that moment. Trey clean, Trey smart. London calling, London calling. I came to earn it. Dark outside, but my plan stays lit. No lucky break, I size up grit. Read that candle, read that spread. Take the compact, keep my head. I lost before, I learned that sting. Now I cut my fear on a tighter string. Every dawn is a test I choose. If I want the crown, I pay my dues. Hear that tick, hear that pulse. Feel that pull in my bones. I came this far for the long game. I won't leave it alone. London calling, London calling. I'm up for the open. London calling, London calling. I want that moment. Trey clean, Trey smart. London calling, London calling. I came to earn it. Let the night press in. Let the doubt get loud. I stayed on my feet. I stayed unbowed. One more shot, the life I chose. One more step when the market waits. London calling, London calling. I'm up for the open. London calling, London calling. I want that moment. Trey clean, Trey smart. London calling, London calling. I came to earn it. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on, huh. Hey. Come on. Hey, 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 hey. First bell hits and the floor goes hot. Screen stop and don't miss your spot. Price line moving like a stray bullet round. Keep your hands steady, keep your feet on ground. Order stacked up, then the slip away. Every tick a test, every second pays. Woo! I can feel that roar through the iron door. Everybody praying for a little more. Hold your breath now. Read the tape fast. One wrong move and it won't last. Open fire. Open fire. Keep your name above the wire. Open fire. Open fire. Live through the market choir. Win some, lose some, stay in line. Take the hit, then take your time. Fire. Open fire. Hold your name above the wire. Buy side sharks in the morning crush. Sell side when the numbers swarm. Grip that plan like a steel front gate. One deep breath can change your fate. Hold your breath now. Read the tape facts. One wrong move and it won't last. Open fire. Open fire. Keep your name above the wire. Open fire. Open fire. Live through the market choir. Win some, lose some, stay in line. Take the hit, then take your time. Open fire. Open fire. Hold your name above the wire. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Congas roll. Claps cut hard. Eyes on price. Oh, hands on guard. When the floor starts shaking and the whole thing spins, you don't chase the noise. You let the truth win. Open fire. Open fire. Keep your name above the wire. Open fire. Open fire. Live through the market choir. Win some, lose some, stay in line. Take the hit, then take your time. Open fire. Open fire. Hold your name above the wire. Step up. Step up. Step up. Step up. Step up. Step up, step up, step up. Saw the screen glow green. Thought I had the code. One tap, one grin. Then I doubled my load. Borrowed time, borrowed pride. Pushed it to the edge with my finger on the slide. Fresh white shoes on a shaky floor. One more click, I was asking for more. Big talk, big ring, thin as smoke. I was dancing with fire, and I felt that choke. Heart in my throat, hand on the wheel. I kept saying maybe, like maybe it was real. One more swing, one more spin. The house was smiling, letting me in. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, baby. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, maybe. Ride too high, burn too fast. Cash in my pockets, gone in the blast. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, baby. Bet it all, baby. Now the room went cold when the line turned red. Tall, tall dreams fell down like a stack of lead. I chased that shine through a hungry rush. Found a velvet trap in a glossy crush. Every win got loud, every loss got mean. I was rich for a second, then I split the scene. No chain, no crown, no lucky hand, just a mouth full of dust where my promise had been. Oh, heart in my throat, hand on the wheel. I kept saying maybe, like maybe it was real. One more swing, one more spin. The house was smiling, letting me in. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, baby. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, maybe. Ride too high, burn too fast. Cash in my pockets, gone in the blast. Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all, baby. I learned the hard way what hunger can do. It puts on a diamond face, then it runs right through you. One step back, one breath in, a little less thunder, a little more skin. No more craving, no more show. I want my feet on the ground, where the real ones grow. Watch it go.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show, London Open. How's everybody doing? Sound check, mic check, vibe check. Give me a +1 in comments. Let me know that you guys are hearing me, seeing everything good on the screen. I'm going to change things up a little bit today. I'm going to explain to you some of the stuff that I'm thinking about. Good morning. Good morning. All good? Very nice. Hi, Miguel. Hi, Max. Hi, Ollie. Nice to have everybody here. Peter, good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, we're starting the Thursday show. Tim, everybody, good morning. Good to see you guys. So two things I wanted to focus on. You notice that I have the gold screen on the charts, and I'm starting to get interested in trading gold again. You know, I've always been saying, yes, we want to trade one product at a time, but I think it's important to also understand you have to be flexible in your approach. Which product is tradable, which product is not? I think the first most important thing you want to ask yourself is something tradable or something not really tradable, right? Or optimally tradable. And when it comes to trading right now, the way you kind of want to think about if something is tradable or not is how much waves does it have? If the analogy that I always say is you can't surf a placid ocean. You can't surf waters that have no waves, right? Because then there's no price action. There's nowhere to go, right? If trading is kind of like surfing, we're going from up to down the whole time. We're riding the waves. If there's no waves, there's nothing to ride. There's no trading. And the way you determine if something has any waves is to see the volatility, obviously ATR on a minute basis, but more importantly, just to see what the range is given the nominal value of the asset. Like a very good example of something that has zero range is NASDAQ. 821, 879. That's basically 50 points of range against a $30,000 asset, right? So if you were just to take 50 points, let me get my cursor here. If you were just to simply take 50 points, right? Where's my thing? 50 divided by 30,000, right? That is literally worth nothing. It's I think it's a little bit more than 1 basis point, right? So 50 divided by 30,000 is it's 16 basis points, right? 16 bips, right? That's what it is. It's really, really small. Now take a look at gold. Gold is a $4,000 asset. London low is 420. London high is 443. So we're going to round this out. 20 divided by 4,000, right? Think about that. This is 50 divided by 30,000. It's an extra zero in that one. It's effectively, that's so 20 divided by 4,000 is 50 basis points, right? That is huge. That's just three times the volatility of NASDAQ right now. If you were to just kind of multiply that out to put another add to zero, that's actually 200 over 40,000. If gold was 40,000, approximately, close to this, there would be like about 150 over 40,000. It'd be 3 times the size, right? So there's a lot more to trade there. The waves are just bigger. The waves are bigger on a session basis, and that creates obviously opportunities for us to trade. So we're not going to do anything different in a sense of all of our setups are going to be the same. We're going to take session highs, session lows, penetrations or rejections of those ideas. We're going to use our lightning bolts for entries, so on and so forth. But we're going to add now gold to our repertoire because it obviously gives us bigger volatility, bigger possibility for trading. That's the whole point. It gives us just much nicer ability to see if we could make profits. Gold had a move of about, I mean, if you rationalize this on a percentage basis, I think gold had like a 3% move yesterday, whereas Nasdaq was only less than 1%. But for us, it goes much more granular. It goes all the way to the bottom. Like right now, gold is penetrating the London high, right? It's making fresh London highs. We have a breakout session, so we're gonna buy this. We're gonna see if I oops, no, I want to buy it. Not, I want to join bid on my gold position. Oh, I'm not logged in. Let me see if I can log in. Oh God, I fucking hate this about, fuck me. All right, so I'm gonna have to show this to you. Hold on, let me see which. All right, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Fucking which one am I on? Okay, let me get rid of this. Hang on. Get rid of this. Which one am I on? All right, let me just try. Sorry. No, I don't have any more. Oh, maybe this one. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I have to give her. I despise this about Tradingview, that it allows you only one tab per show, per structure. So, basically with gold, people are asking me, what is my stops and targets for these day trades? It's 50-50, about $5 up, $5 down. And I'm obviously going to target this tighter here and move this around here. I start with a wider bracket, and then I just simply try to bracket it out underneath here. But I don't want to go more than $10 up. Like $10 on a micro is $100 move. So it's a lot of gold. Not only has a lot of volatility, but it's actually moves a lot relative to its tick value. So I want to try to control my risk a little bit here. All right, hang tight a second. Now I'm gonna have to reset everything up. Just bear with me a second, guys. It's so fucking annoying. Okay. All right, let's do this. Scalper. We're gonna go to NASDAQ. Cancel. I want to move this up. Okay. This I want to do. I just want to keep the view on. Sorry, just bear with me because this is all really fucking annoying with TradingView, and we just have to set this up properly so you guys can actually see the trade. So I'm basically long gold on a break of the London highs. I'm going to target 444.7 to see if we can get a little bit of a push here, and that'll be the first trade of our session. Nothing that we don't do all day long, but I just want to keep both gold and NASDAQ on the charts so that we can follow any kind of breakout signals. So here we go. NASDAQ also has a signal for us on London high. If this stays as a lightning bolt It doesn't quite break through the highs. We want the penetration of the level at a breakout structure. If we get that, we're long. If we don't get that, we don't trade it. So gold broke the London high session, challenged it on a penetration level, and we're just trading it. And we're going to give it breathing room, obviously, to see if it can extend a little bit higher. Gold was very, very bullish last night, went to 4,500, and then gave everything back. So now we're kind of rebuilding off the London lows here. And you know, the only good thing about this new layout is I can actually show you. Let's do this. I can actually show you on full screen, and then we can go to the mid screen. So I'm going to go on full screen on gold, just to kind of show you the whole history of the trade today. Let's go like a 5-minute chart, just so we can capture all of the price action overnight. So, you know, here's the price action from last night. We had this big spike. We traded this in Asia. I was saying that it was going to go up, and then a complete collapse. Excuse me. Oh, we actually tested yesterday's low. You see this yellow line? That's the yesterday's Globex low, yesterday's Globex high. So we went through the Globex highs and then went right through the Globex lows and then popped up. And that's essentially where we've been since London Open. We popped up off the low, and now we're trying to challenge yesterday's regular trading hours low, which is 447.3. That's what we're trying to challenge right now. That's where I'm long, trying to see if we could run towards that level. So on a 5-minute chart, you can literally kind of see the whole history of the asset overnight, and it's really fast. It's just the most important thing I kind of would just sort of show you is look how the London low and yesterday's Globex low, right, all match up. That this is London low. It's literally maybe just $1 below. Look how these levels matter, and that's what I keep trying to tell everybody, that the single best way to trade during the day is to trade with levels. No subjectivity, no funny Fibonacci lines from whatever thing you want to draw, no arbitrary choosing of which look back period you're looking at, just hardcore numbers of each session. What did it do in that session? Where did it create the extreme? And around those extremes, you will find support and resistance levels that are very tradable. And we just basically wait for the signal to move off the extreme and trade that signal. It's nothing more complicated than that on a day-to-day basis for us. Here's our position on gold. We're looking for that 444.7. Came very close. I think the high was, I can't tell because what's the high? 442. So we came within half a dollar of our target right now. We'll see if it can play itself out. That's the trade right now. Oh, in the meantime, shit, we have a trade. Let's sell NASDAQ. Sell market. We're gonna sell NASDAQ over here at my entry price. Let me just tell you 1 second. 68. I'm a little bit late. I should have sold it at 77. I'm really late, actually. Wow. This is a really bad entry. So selling NASDAQ against this London high failure. See, this thing failed at London high at 77. That would have been the right trade. I just fucked up my NASDAQ trade. But my gold, I'm going to take my gold trade right now. My gold trade got done. See, my gold trade got done. And if I had to go to my NASDAQ, I'm really fucking this up badly because I'm not fully paying attention to what I should be doing. I should have shorted over here. I don't know why the fuck I shorted over here. But I'm going to stay above. Where's my buy stop? My buy stop is right above the session highs here, which is fine. If they, my point is that if the session highs don't break, then the short is legitimate. But this was just a bad trade on my part. I should have been here at 76. That would have been an easy trade. So I'm late because I'm talking, I'm showing you, I'm setting up stuff. Again, goes back to do as I say, not as I do structure today. But doesn't take away from how great the setup is and how valuable it is as far as a structure. So hopefully you guys appreciate the setup. If not so much the execution right now, because I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm trying to set up these fucking charts on TradingView, which are the worst pieces of shit that ever lived as far as being able to show you stuff. And I'm a little frustrated. Not with my setup, but with the fact that I took like wrong trades. So I'm getting very lucky on NASDAQ. I'm getting another lightning bolt signal down, which is telling me that the sellers want to sell this London high. So if this stays lightning bolt, I'll stay in the trade here. I'll stay in the trade. I'll hold against the highs. I'll actually probably just I'm going to add to the trade, go really, really short target, and see if I can get myself the fuck out of this trade because I've mismanaged it badly. In the meantime, I'll switch this over to gold. So I basically am going to have to switch charts back and forth because of the limitations of TradingView, in order for you guys to follow everything. So we bought the London high breakout in gold, made money over here. We're selling the London high breakdown in NASDAQ very, very late, and just hoping to get the fuck out of this trade with a little bit of money. The trade should have been here. We're just not watching it. But now that I have both of these things on the charts and I can watch it, I will let you know right away what I'm doing. You guys follow me? Everything clear? After me ranting and raving? Who's been selling session levels with me? Who's been trading session levels with me over the last couple of days? How's that been going for you? It's been going well? Good for you. Good for you. I'm going to show you some very, very interesting trading from yesterday to really give you a huge amount of confidence of this particular setup. As soon as I try to figure out how to get the fuck out of this trade. Come on. All right, you know what? I'm closing out this trade small scratch, mainly because I want a clean mindset. I don't have the right setups. I want a clean mindset. I want to be in the right structure on this thing, in terms of usage. Also, by the way, so here's an interesting thing of how you can see if something is possibly tradable or not. So ATR is 6, right? 6 against 30,000. But let's just kind of, again, just a quick eyeball of what that means. 6 divided by 30,000. What does that give me? That's 2 basis points. That's 2 basis points. 6 divided by 30,000 is 2 basis points. 1.3 divided by 4,500. That's actually the same thing. Jesus Christ, really? Really? There's still 2 basis points on either one. Ah, wow, that's surprising. I thought it was, If ATR is $1 to 4,500, I guess it is. Oh, yeah, because it's 6. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So they're both very, very quiet on the ATR. But again, I think the ATR is not nowhere near as good a measure as the session high, session low structure. You can literally see, look, this is your whole field of play. It's a very small field of play. Whereas here, this is your whole field of play. It's a much larger field of play, right? By the way, we're rejecting London high here. We can't seem to penetrate yesterday's regular hours and London highs over here. So if I get a lightning bolt down, I want to be short this thing. And NASDAQ just flattened out to nothingness. So we'll watch these levels. You watching Egypt? What does that mean? What's in Egypt? What's in Egypt? Good morning, everybody. Everybody crawling into the room. Good morning, guys. Yes, double the trouble, double the scalp. We're looking at gold and NAS today. We're going to probably trade them both because range expansion in gold and range contraction in NASDAQ makes us interested in this product. Good morning, DJ. How are you? I use my London high. Which London high are you talking about? Because it's different. No, it's actually the same for both instruments. I think I started at, if I go in here, let me see my London highs. $22 to 7, 8. So that's 4. I start my London at 4, right? Right now, 8 UTC is what? What time is 8 a.m. UTC in New York time? 4, yeah. I start my London at 4. Why do you ask? I mean, if you want to, let's remember. Okay, let's just organize ourselves. What time does London? The problem is that it's not London. It's an inaccurate thing. What time does Frankfurt open for pit dealing, and London also? Let's see if the okay, so see, London starts at 8 UTC, right? What is that in New York time? So and 3 London Stock Exchange a local time, which corresponds to 3 a.m. You're right. You're right. I should probably okay. So let's do that. Let's set that to. I set it to 4. I really like setting it to 4, but I guess we could set it to 3 if you want to. So let's do this. That would be 7 UTC. We have to do 6. The high low is still pretty much the same. I don't have any changes in high low, even though I started London now. At 3. See? No differences on the high lows, right? Gold is really not pumping, but gold is trying to break through these levels. You're right. I should have been watching gold instead of fucking around with these London levels. Okay, fair enough. We'll start London at 3. You want to start London at 3 on the LSC, so this way we'll be very consistent? That's fine. Let's do it that way. Let me see how the settings are on here. No. Okay. Still, it does not change any of the highs and lows, because that's really what we're interested in, right? 447 is the London high. We're challenging it, have not broken it. NASDAQ is dead as dead can be. I haven't seen 4 or 5 ATRs except this week. That's really been, I've never seen a 5 ATR in NASDAQ. That's really, really low. So look at this. So now we have a reversal signal right at the London highs, and it's very, very tempting for me to take the reversal triangles on kind of an assumption that it's a turn, but it's almost always, it's basically a 50-50 bet. Whereas when you get a lightning bolt confirm, it becomes like an 80-20 bet, and that's the thing you need to keep in mind. Yes, you can get lucky on calling this a turn, but half the time you won't be. Whereas here, you'll have a lot of confidence that 80% of the time, it actually is a genuine turn. So Tim, we're gonna go to the 3 a.m. London start. 3 a.m. New York, right? We're gonna basically, I'm centralizing everything on New York time. So London will be 3 a.m. as a start time. Asia for me is 1800 New York, and of course New York is 9:30 for the New York Open. Those are the regular trading hour structures. Okay. And see what's going on over here. So there's nothing to do here until and unless it starts to test the VWAP and see if we want to go, or maybe it runs through the 2900. It's very, very dead. We don't have really much going on here. Markets are pretty quiet. We can take a look at the BK Intel structure just to see what the latest news is. Unemployment gains. We have core PPI today, which is pretty high, but after yesterday's CPI, by the way, which we got funded on yesterday's CPI, so that much. Okay, S&P Dow futures edge higher pre-bell. Traders digest tame CPI. Drop crude, massive inventory build. U.S. overtrade persist. Fed on hold through September. So I see it came out, yes. Day 160 on the trade-off. Wow. So that's really actually the big story. If you want to see sort of like the big story here is the buildup in oil crude. Remember, the only reason Iran matters is because of oil. And if oil is low, nobody gives a shit. We can starve them for the next 10 years, and they'll do that. London breakout here in gold. We're gonna go long gold guys. Watching gold. Let me switch over to the gold over here so you guys can, because this is the only chart that will show the trade if I'm in it. Okay, 8 seconds. We're gonna buy market on gold here. All right, I'm in gold. Breakout of prior session highs, prior session lows. We're gonna stay pretty much underneath this swing low, and we're gonna see if we can target this pretty much through the London highs. So gold tried to make the first run, got rejected, making, consolidated, making a second run. Now trying to see if we can push it through. Here's NASDAQ on the other side of the screen, basically mid-range, doing nothing much. Somebody was saying something interesting regarding volume. I kind of want to look at this. Look at that. Up, down. That is something. If this stays as a lightning bolt down, I'm gonna reverse my trade. I'm gonna reverse this trade. Yep, I'm reversing. I'm selling. If I get whipsawed, so be it. But generally, up lightning bolt down. We want to go in the direction of this. If they, maybe this is kind of choppy market and it's meaningless signal. But generally, if they can't take the volatility up and they're showing you volatility down, that means the move here is going to get rejected. We'll see. It's worth a shot. It's definitely a good quality signal, so I'm trading it, and we'll go from there. It doesn't happen a lot, so when it does, I take it seriously, and we'll try to follow the signal. Light blue is yesterday's regular trading hours low. London high right above that. That's where the congestion is. That's where the battle is. They try to push it through, and now they try to selling it down. Let's see if gold is, gold had this big run, and then it kind of died in London. I'm actually curious to find out why they sold gold in London sometimes, what's a very, very good. So, we'll let the trade go for a little bit. Let's see. I love to use Gemini sometimes because it's actually a really good quick search engine. Why is gold down in London trade? Oh, yields are up. All right. So it doesn't have any real news. Are the yields up? I really don't think yields are up. Here, let's take a look at this chart here. Yields are down. So they're not. So, okay, Gemini is lying to me. Yields are down. Find me better sources to tell me why 4,500 failed in Asia today. Oh, okay. That's a little bit more intelligent. All right, fair enough. In the meantime, gold trade is just chopping me back and forth. It's not really. It's re-challenging the London highs now, so may have to eat this trade here. I'm just not. Still staying above the London highs. If it clears London highs, then we're clearly wrong. This was just simply a chop. And gold would do this much more than NASDAQ, where it will fake you out a couple of times before it tries to take the move. All right, we got stopped out of the gold trade as it now challenges the London highs straight up. So one last time, taking the break of the London highs, it cleared the prior session lows, cleared this. Let's see if we can finally get some movement. I'm going to stay with this trade. The only reason I kind of reversed was because this lightning bolt down, but it was clearly a false signal for us, right? So now that we cleared the prior day's lows and we're at fresh London session highs, we're going to stay underneath here and see if they can extend it a little bit more. Meantime, NASDAQ is doing up-down move like this, which is also a trade that I really, really like. Hopefully, I'm not going to get clipped again, but I want to go long NASDAQ here. And let me show you. We're going to go long NASDAQ. We're going to adjust ourselves. Guess this move over here. Gold trades to 450. Sorry, where's my gold? Gold is starting to really pop up a little bit. and work it. Let me go to gold over here. So it sounds like it was a lot of profit taking in Asia that drove it all the way down to $70 off the highs, and now we're trying to rebuild that move. We recaptured yesterday's regular trading hours low at the 47 level. We're trying to see if we can get a little bit more of a rally coming up here. Again, if PPI is soft, I mean, all the things that are positive gold, which is lower oil, and clamp on interest rates, all should be positive gold in the grander scheme of things. And gold, like, actually, let's take a look at them just like on a longer term chart. If we go to like a daily chart, you see gold really building a decent double bottom base here at the 4,000, and now trying to make its way up to the 4,500 move. This is the first. So we had the big spikes, huge, massive distributions on the longer term charts, and this is the we've really built a base here from June at this 4,000 level. So it feels like it wants to go higher. We'll see. Gold is the thing about gold that you have to just be very patient with. And I can't say I made a mistake, because this is like a legitimate, negative signal against me. If I get a lightning bolt signal down, although in this kind of, I guess, low volatility environment, you're going to get a lot of these more false signals than not. But gold just gives you a lot more false signals than NASDAQ does on our indicator, because it's a very, very two-way market. Like this, it's very rare that gold is just uniformly one way, whereas NASDAQ is much more that way. So because it gives you lots more false signals, it's more frustrating to trade. One of the reasons why I always hated trading gold is because it just, it's not that it doesn't work. It just makes it makes it much harder to trade. You really, really have to be super patient to absorb all of its bullshit before it actually shows you its hand. So I never had a lot of patience for it, but we're going to try to have some patience for it because I think it's a really good asset to put into the mix. A lot of people trade it. A lot of people keep asking me to trade it, so I will trade it with you, and absorb all of its bullshit while we're doing it. Good morning, everybody. We are chilling out. It's first hour of trade. Very, very quiet. NASDAQ is literally on a lobotomy. Gold is a little bit better. Broke through the prior day's lows. Made fresh London highs at a 4451. But, we're waiting for it to, waiting for the buyers to sweep the offers here to push it a little higher. It had a really strong run in Asia to 4,500, and then it just got completely decimated all the way through Asia and redistributed. You could see this. You could see this on a. Oops. Sorry, I can't get my cursor. You can see it on a 5-minute chart here. Big spike in Asia, right at the 8 o'clock hour, and then just distributed, continue mercilessly for the rest of the night. Just basically spike down, no holds up a little bit at the 470, holds up at the 450, and then just gets sold all the way down to the 420 level. And then it just, then it started in London. It started to recover a little bit towards the 450 level, and this is where we stand. On a longer term chart. The VWAP is at 4460, so that would be the natural run for gold to basically recover the VWAP, recover this level, see if they want to contain it. My NASDAQ got filled, right? That thing was been sitting here. We've been sitting here. This is lightning bolt up, lightning bolt, lightning down up. So I took the up structure and it basically reached for the London high, and we got filled on a sweep. So that worked out nicely. We'll take that as a trade, and we're just nursing the other trade here. As a whopping 83 to 88. That was our move here because there's just so little movement here. So we did make that. This was us buying that upside reversal, and brought that up here as a move. Gold in the meantime just not falling through. It's actually coming back down. Really torturing me. Torturing me as an asset. I think I'm going to stop trading it. I don't give a shit about the fact that people want to trade it. You got to know what you're good at and what you're bad. I'm going to fuck this. Fuck gold. I hate this piece of shit. I never want to trade it again. Don't ever get me involved. I really am not good at trading gold. If you're super patient, you're going to make money out of it. But I fucking hate it, so I'm not going to trade it. Fuck you, gold. Goodbye. I'd rather die with NASDAQ than trade gold endlessly. It's just a total waste of my time. It just burns me up and down because I don't have the patience to stay with it. Not my personality, not my structure. You guys are welcome to trade it, but I'm never going to trade this again. Fuck this gold. I really despise gold. So have a good time. I'm happy to make the calls on gold, tell you what it's doing, but I'm not going to trade it from my own account. It's not worth the annoyance. It's a fucking waste of my time. Just so annoying. I hate burning just stupid trades on up and down movements like this. And it's not, it's not like that. It's not that it you can't make money out of it. It's just that I can't make money out of it because I hate the fucking retraces. In gold, you probably need 3 times the stop of a normal trade before this, this bullshit kind of reverse. Because look at this, just failing all the way through. If you were sitting over here, you're fine. If you're taking this whole move over here, but once you start taking the session highs, session lows, it just becomes a total nightmare. In the back of my mind today, I was like, why am I doing this? There's a reason why I never traded gold. I hate trading gold. Why am I doing this? Just because everybody else is trading gold? Great. I'll be happy to tell you where the signals are. But there's just no reason to trade it in your own account. The only reason I'm going to trade gold is when I trade it for events. I'm actually literally just taking it off my trade evade. I don't want to see this piece of shit. Yeah, everybody sympathizing me on the gold. Yeah, I think gold is a great, like, there are guys in the room that make so much money in gold because they have they'll stay in the trade for 2 hours. If you're the person, like, that's the thing, you always got to know what kind of person you are. I will never stay in the trade for more than 20 minutes ever, and that's not enough time. That's actually like a really good way of thinking about it. In order to make money from an asset, you have to ask yourself, can you make money from it within the maximum amount of time that you're willing to hold the trade? And if the answer is no, don't trade the asset. There are guys in the room, they'll hold gold for 3 hours. Great. You got the personality to hold the trade for 3 hours. That's the product made for you. If you don't have that personality, don't fucking trade that product. The product that moves the most on a per tick basis for the least amount of time is NASDAQ, even as quiet as it is now. And more importantly, it moves it in the monotonic direction that we wanted it to. So great. If I was willing to have a $20 stop on gold and not give a shit about it and just, trade it from day's low to day's high, it'd be awesome. But that's not what my personality does. I'm a scalper. I'm a quasi position trader in the sense that I went from the 1 minute hold to a 10-minute hold. That's the maximum you're going to get out of me for hold times. And gold is just not a 10-minute hold trade. It's really more like an hour hold trade. That's actually a really, really good way of thinking about it. Like, what is your personality? What does your personality give you? I know, Pax. Sure. What do you mean he has a range? He's been successfully trading the range of 50 points. I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, I know Pax. I mean, Pax is, is a scalper too. He's basically, um, I mean, he used to be a pit trader. So, um, here's Nasdaq, lightning bolt up, lightning bolt down. Maybe. Do we have it? Yes, we're going to sell Nasdaq here. The other thing is, I just hate the way, if you're going to trade evade, I hate the fact that I got to switch products and switch charts. That alone annoys the fuck out of me. That I don't want to, I don't want to deal with it. All right, I'm holding above London highs here. Lightning bolt up, lightning bolt down. Let's see if we can get a little bit of movement on the Nas on this move. And while we're on Nas, this is what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you something interesting from yesterday. This really is going to help you. I mean, this absolutely helped me. Where the fuck am I? Here we go. Prop Trader Edge tools. Let me give you this is all free. Everybody in the room. Yeah, but I'm making money out of Chop Fest. Like, that's the thing, Tim. I'm happy. I'd rather make money from a lobotomy than lose money on a bullshit retrace trade, which is gold. I'm going to leave gold to somebody who has a more patient protocol on the way they trade. Like, what's her name? Lumi. Lumi probably trades like one trade a session. Like, she's very, very disciplined. She'll probably trade gold well, which is great. I'm the guy that's going to make 20 trades with you guys every fucking time we trade. And if you're going to make 20 trades, you can't do them in gold because gold is a piece of shit. Oh, by the way, the Nasdaq is working. Come on. I'm going to take this trade. I have the need for speed right now. I gotta get it back. This, by the way, actually is exactly what I want to talk to you about. This is exactly what I want to talk to you about. So this is how you win. Let me show you how I win. And this is how most of you are going to win if you're because I know most of you are trading like me. So let's go to Trade Analyzer, right? Everybody is in there, is in here. You guys see the Trade Analyzer? I'm going to pull yesterday's data. From yesterday, 12 hours ago. I'm going to show you something very interesting. Okay. This is my run yesterday. Okay. So this is what I want to show you. Remember yesterday in New York session, I had a couple of really bad trades right at the beginning. And if you just demarcate the numbers, starting from around 9:36, the New York Open, until about 9:58, the first 20 minutes of trade, if you look at my P&L, just trust me on this, I'm down about $450, right? I'm down about $450. You see this? How did I come back? What did I do to come back? Let's see if any of you guys can answer that question. Yeah, you're right, Gilberto. Gold moves with oil, dollar, central banks. You're absolutely right. And all the shit that I'm not really looking at. So what did I do? Explain to me how I went from minus 450 to minus 94. Anybody want to venture a guess? Come on. How would you do it? Let me ask you this. How would you take something from minus 450 to 94? What would you do? Anybody have any thoughts? Yeah, Max actually has probably. Max says, don't react, just focus on grinding out. Tony says, sell your soul to the devil. No, Tony, that's devil is full up with your soul, so it doesn't need mine. I'm happy to sell my soul to the devil since I don't believe in the devil. It's just free money for me, right, Tony? If somebody wants to give me money if they're pretending to be the devil, I'm happy to give it to them. It's like arbitrage. Peter says reduce trade size. Outpace just sort of telling me some kind of a structural thing. You got it right. Actually, Tony, Mr. Devil himself, actually got it right. So I'll go one for Tony says one trade at a time. But what I will say to you is this. This is the mentality that turned a $450 loss into a $94 loss, which is basically a $350 win. You know what the mentality was? I said, typically, what do we all usually do when we're down 450? What's our first instinct? Is like, I got to get back to even. I got to get back to even. Let me get larger size. This trade is good. I'm gonna increase size, get it all back, get myself squared up, right? Raise your hand if that's a thought you've ever went into your head. Raise your hand if you've ever done that, right? A quick bourbon. I don't drink, my friend. Come on, be honest. Your first thought is, oh, fuck it. I need to get back to even, right? I need to get back to even. Everybody said that. Everybody said that, right? So, and I say it all the time. So, nobody's more guilty of that little problem than I am. So here's what I did differently. That changed the whole cycle of that trade. You know what I said? I said, so I'm down 450, minus 450. I said to myself, I want to be minus 350. I'm going to target minus 350. I turned a negative number into a positive number. I started chasing negative 350, right? Then I started chasing negative 250. Then I started chasing negative 200. I looked at the red and I welcomed it. Every decrease in the red I turned the red into green mentally and then obviously physically, because what happened then is I started just picking like exactly right. I started just picking the trades. And once I started just picking the trades, you see this? Here's what happens. Boom, boom, boom. Few small losses. Boom, boom, boom. Negative trade, no problem. I'm still chasing that negative 200. Now I'm going to be chasing negative 150, so on and so forth. And the bottom line is, from here to there, I actually did the numbers yesterday in Asia. From here to there, I went 17 for 21, 80.1%, 81% win rate, and drove that number from minus 450 to minus 94. Then I did, then I brought it all back to positive, and now I gave some of it back in gold, which is why I'm kind of pissed, but it doesn't matter. It's very, very minor. Now I'm down like maybe $70 on the position. But the point being is, it was an incredibly interesting psychological turn of context. So if you're down 1,000, your job is to be down minus 900. 900 is a win. Minus 900 is a win. Minus 800 is a win. Minus 700 is a super great win. You're an amazing trader at minus 700. Flip that in your head and you start producing 81% trades as you start hitting, as you start focusing on the numbers. So I just kind of wanted to show this to you off my own numbers to help you. Because it certainly helped me, and I am 100% certain it will help you if you kind of think that way. Let me know if you like it. Let me know what you guys think. By the way, look at this. This is just to prove my point. Just to prove my point of why I absolutely despise gold. And maybe, and maybe one of these days I will focus on trading this asset and trying to understand its price. But look what we just did. We break the thing, right? Broke up, came back to test it. And maybe that's the story. Maybe what you need to do is, I should have just ignored. You literally ignore all the noise. Like you literally have to hold. If you're long here, your stop is Tokyo low. Like your stop is not. They literally gun. They literally gun the swing high, swing lows. I mean, it looks just. The thing that's interesting about it is it looks like the most manipulated asset around there, right? It's low liquidity. Very little volume could just simply blow the numbers, and they collect the money and then come right back up. Like once you sort of understand that it's a super manipulated product, and you have to trade level to level, not swing low to swing low. You could hang in there, but trading level to level, it's a lot. You're coming in at 450. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You needed a $10 stop. You need a $10. You need to trade with a $10 stop, which is an hour-long kind of a hold. Maybe a half-hour-long hold. First of all, $10 stop's a $100 stop on any position, and that's the smallest stop you can have in order to really hold these positions well, right? So that's another thing that is interesting about gold. Now that I'm a little bit calmer about it, to notice. Like that's the thing, you got to trade. With NASDAQ, we could hold a 30, 40 point stop and pretty much survive 90% of any adverse price action if we're in a momentum driven move. With gold, no, you need a much larger base of stop. Like here, it may just come back again, test it, come back out again, right? Just endless bullshit on the product. That's interesting. I don't have a daily profit target. I don't try. I mean, I'm trying to move every account, $100 forward, in not in a day, but in a certain amount of time frame. Honestly, the more I'm trading, the more I'm realizing it's not about the profit target. It's just about winning. Focus on making winning trades, winning structures, not letting, once you get into a losing structure, focus about getting back to, trading your way back to the P&L. Like, I think, the market is not a consistent payer, right? So if you try to turn the market into some kind of a salary, it's the easiest thing in the world to take away all your money. The market exists to take away all your money. So if you try to get the market to give you a salary, it's the easiest way for it to take away all your money. So I don't think about daily targets. What I'm thinking about is like I have a setup right now, right? Actually, gold is failing over here, right? Gold is legitimately failing on my setup, right? We hit the London high here. Do I want to go one more time into this pain? I'm not going to trade gold because I fucking hate this product. But if I was trading it, I'd be short here at 449 stop at 55. Probably stop should be maybe even at 60. Maybe I should, this is the thing, stop should be at a VWAP, right? So I have a legitimate short. Let's just play this out mentally. Stop's going to be at a VWAP because that's really where I need to be. And the target would have to be probably around like, 443, somewhere below regular days range. So like let's play this game mentally instead of playing it for real. So we're short at 450, targeting about 445, and the stop's going to be at 460. And let's see if the signal here is good. Because, it is about understanding what the wave structure is in this asset, right? It's just that with NASDAQ, the wave structure is just much easier to grab, right? So by the way, NASDAQ, we pray. How did I miss this downside trade? Must have been talking. Oh man, look at this upside downside. That would have been a great reversal trade. Sorry, I missed the NASDAQ trade. That's the other thing is if you distribute your focus to more than one thing, you miss the one thing that is going to give you the consistency, right? That's the thing, Gilberto, as I would say, is that's why I don't want to put a profit target on the thing. One, because if you try to turn the market into a salary, it will take all your money. But secondly, the consistency doesn't come from making money. The consistency comes from the setup. Like we know this setup is a super good setup. It was a good setup this way to the upside. It was a great setup to the downside, and that's where the money is at. It's in the setup, not in the actual dollar bills. The dollar bills are just the manifestation of the setup. So that's why I want to focus on the setup. The dollar bills will come, Does not, Crystal. So far, they've funded all of my accounts doing that. I had no problem with that. I just funded one yesterday off the news. I think I have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. 8 funded on Trade of 8 and another 5 on wealth charts. By the way, in the New York session, we'll go to wealth charts and trade some wealth charts as well. But like for NASDAQ, there's scalp trades that I could have taken. This would have been a good scalp trade here. Oh, here we go. This is interesting. So, a little bit of acceleration into the VWAP. Let's see if it wants to break the VWAP. Market very, very flat right now. By the way, again, I wanted to share this with you guys. Where is this? What happened here? Where is this? Let me do this again. Prop Oh, I think I know where it is. It's in my bookmarks. Oh man, where did I put my thing? Oh, here it is. This is my, if you're trading MT5 with our friends at Ola, totally free tool, the one-click trader, with which I showed you yesterday how good it was in Asia session trade. This is totally free tool, does everything you possibly can do in MT5, turns MT5 basically into a super great trading platform with hotkeys, built-in wraparounds, bracket orders. So it basically turns into like a futures trading platform, and that does something that I wish I only could do on the future side, which is automatic partial exits. So you could set it so that it can give up a quarter of a position every every quarter distance to the target, stuff like that. Really cool stuff. So absolutely free. All you need to do is just simply have an if you have a Ola challenge now, or if you buy an Ola challenge, you can get it. So go ahead, be my guest, go crazy with this. It's part of the free tools that we help you guys with. I'm actually going to post this on X so that anybody can go get it. Where's my thing? I'll watch NASDAQ while we do this. The primary indicator that we're trading has two types of signals: breakout signals, which are denominated by the lightning bolt flash, and reversal signals, which are triangle signals. That's just the starting point of how we start our analysis. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into each particular trade as to why something would be a buy or a sell, or a reverse of a buy, reverse of a sell. That I'm happy to show you once the trade develops. But basically, know that this is a breakout signal, this is a reversal signal, and we're interpreting them relative to where the levels are, to where the general tape is, and where the volatility climate is. So we have a lot of inputs that we look at today. Very quiet day, not much going on here. We're basically doing the primary trade that we do these days is around the key session levels, because that's the highest probability, best success trade there is. Today we really haven't had any kind of session level test, because as you can see, it's been a very tight range and nothing has been really tested. So the only thing we really traded today was kind of on the NASDAQ side, where what we call lightning bolt reversals, where you get a move up, move down right away, creates a great reversal trade in that direction. And I missed the second one over here, which was move up, move down. Would have been a great down move. When volatility moves very suddenly in one direction and then right away in the other direction is the true direction, and that's what you take as a momentum move. But for now, we're basically just holding bid at the VWAP. As you can see, we blew down towards VWAP but did not break it. And now I'm actually watching to see if I can get a break to the upside, because if I do get the break to the upside, I'm going to try and trade it back up to the London highs. The idea being that they tested the support here at VWAP, and they want to take it a little bit higher. Generally, you can see that the markets are very, very quiet. ES is NASDAQ is much quieter than the S&P. S&P is up 1%. NASDAQ is literally flat. And by the way, remember I told you guys gold, like when we were, and now that I kind of calmed down after all of my frustration with gold actually would have totally worked on our structure, right? We had the failure at London. Here's the lightning bolt down. I said we needed to be at about 460, and it came back down to 445. So this trade would have totally played itself out. And maybe, now that I'm in a calm frame of mind, maybe we can come back and reassess of how I want to trade gold. But the bottom line is gold is a $100 risk trade. So if you don't want to risk $10 on a move, don't get involved with this product because it's just too spiky otherwise. That's the kind of like the big takeaway, I think, from understanding how this thing trades. It's $100 minimum buy-in. And if you don't want to play for $100 minimum buy-in, don't trade this product. But on the other hand, it's also, it pays out 50 on any given trade. So, there's a nice symmetry here in terms of, payout and buy-in. But that was, I think, is the big frustration. I was trying to use smaller buy-in values of NASDAQ and constantly getting my ass kicked in gold. I think that was the key thing. You guys understand what I'm saying? Everybody vibing what I'm showing you here. Bottom line is, guys, all of the accounts now are almost all the funded accounts. It's just these two, 85, 86, that I'm trying to, slowly take to 53. So I'm going to trade these until we hopefully hit target. And then we'll come back and we'll trade all the fundeds, maybe next week. We'll see. We'll see how far I can get. It may take me another couple of days may take me another week to run these fundeds. But that's the bottom line of where I'm at. Nice big reversal on NASDAQ off the VWAP. I may just take this just for a trade. Staying underneath here on the VWAP. Basically underneath the VWAP here is not a bad situation. It looks like we want to run. This isn't a signal. I'm just sort of looking at the structure and trading the level, which is fine. Let's see if the thing gives me a move. I'm going to take the trade here, just kind of whittling it down, because it wasn't really, I don't really have a signal because the volatility is so small. We don't have any kind of breakout moves, but you could tell we turned from negative to positive over here. The thing that kind of caught my eye why I wanted to trade this was this little reversal candle. They really took it down and bought it back up on the close, which really, and then closed it above the triangle. Like this combo over here was a very, very, very clean signal to you that the buyers were in control of the trade. The sellers try to hit it to VWAP, and they bought everything back up. So if they want to take it for a ride here, I don't have a problem. Maybe they're going to run it towards the London highs as a trade. No, I'm out of the trade, guys. Why are you asking me when I'm actually literally showing you the trade here? I'm out of the trade right here. I took it out at 83. You can see I don't like to keep all the marks on the chart because it gets very, very sloppy. But this was the structure. Okay. I'm actually I'm curious to see if there was any scalping signals. I don't really see anything. Let's see from so let's look at this. So tape is bullish, trade climate is moderate. Nothing good for us. Climate is safe. Do we have any lightning bolts? Oh, so this would have been safe reversal. Yeah, that would have just been a reversal trade. The rules for us for scalping, the rules for us for scalping are I'm looking, and by the way, gold now is just fully unwinding down to the Tokyo lows. So I'm looking on the bottom line here. For lightning bolt, I really want the climate to be safe. That's absolutely incontrovertible. That's what the data absolutely shows. But I think for the reversal trades, if we're in a moderate climate, or obviously in a high volatility danger trade climate, the reversal scalp trades are very, very good. But even in the moderate climate, let's say if the climate is moderate, the tape is bullish, and the signal is bearish, it's probably a good tradable signal. I'm just thinking if I went, I think the reversal rules are nowhere near as strict as they are for the volatility. So here we are in danger zone, right? So moderate climate, I guess. No, tape is neutral, so you wouldn't have done anything. I think probably the way you want to play it is if the tape is bullish or bearish and the climate is moderate, you could take the trade. Still very, very quiet. Nasdaq really seeing very little price action today. I'd be surprised if we don't have a rally in NAS, because S&P is strong, and we're holding the VWAP here. It's just there's very little activity here, but it does feel like they want to, once New York comes in, they want to run. I'm definitely certainly going to, if they run the London high here on a lightning bolt trade, I definitely want to be long this thing. I'm trying to make, we've been pretty much stymied at the 29,900 all evening long, all morning long. And see where it wants to go. Now breaking London high. Let's see if we get a volatility breakout here. We do. Let's go buy market. Let's see if we can get any push higher. We'll stay underneath these levels. Yeah. Basically, that 29,900 that's the stop level that people are trying to target now. PPI coming up in about 45 minutes. So that's interesting. Obviously, if PPI is soft, it's actually interesting to see what people are looking for. Let's ask Gemini. What are the predictions for PPI today? Okay. Interesting. So it could be like, I mean, if you sort of think that if oil was spike mid-month, it may translate it into higher PPI inputs, depending on how much of that was, follow through. All right, stalling at this London high, trying to penetrate that 29,900, and obviously there's a lot of offers on that trade. So we'll see if that actually breaks through these levels. Yeah, Black, just have Kathy takes care of it. She's busy. She'll get back to you by the end of this week. Okay, I promise you. It takes a while. Oops, doesn't look like we got rejected. And actually, we got rejected off this level. So I really want to go actually short now against London high. I'm going to try and trade this both ways against the London high, because that's a pretty legitimate reversal on this thing. So let's see if we can make it play here. Short target, long target on this trade. Ah, look at this. It's reversing on a reversing for me. Okay. I think PPI might be hotter, and I think that could have. It feels like Nasdaq is acting heavy. So let's see. Let's see if my suspicion is correct. Anyways, the price action is telling me to be short. I'm not trading my feelings, but it feels like PPI could be 3, especially if you sort of think about the fact that oil was spiking through the middle of the month. The other thing that is really interesting about session high trading, session high, session lows, and those, sort of those areas, is the indicator is naturally a better indicator of reversal than it is of continuity. In other words, the failure of those levels generally always produces good turn signals the other way rather than confirmation of those levels. And like, when I was when I trying to trade the London breakout, you're trading the confirmation of the breakout versus the London reversal level here, where like you see sort of over here, rejected here, rejected here. The rejections of these levels tend to have much better accuracy than the confirmations. That's why I always like trading. I always like buying the dip reversal or selling the rip reversal much more than I do anything else. We'll see if this plays out. I'm going to take it, guys. I got to take a break here. We're going to come back for the New York session high. We're not going to trade PPI on any kind of a news straddle, but I'm happy to set that up for you and show you how I would do it if I was going to. But, we are half an hour away from PPI. We'll see. That's going to be the big driver in the morning. And then obviously we'll see if that translates into better volatility as the day progresses. So let's take a 5-minute break and then I'll be back. So I guess the trades hit, and I guess the trade worked. London rejection worked, huh? Very nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Anybody take those trades with me? I'm going to save the giveaways for tomorrow, guys. We're going to do Friday giveaway day. No spinning today, just mainly because I kind of want to focus on trading. Gloria, you take that trade with me? Nice, good job. So we broke the VWAP, by the way, again. So now, as I said, I had a feeling that we're kind of getting negative on the move. So now it sort of broke the VWAP. The trade is over here. Let's do one more sell here. Just on a single structure trade, see if we can get any movement down here. Let me get rid of, I got to get rid of all the execution marks. London low at 9,821. We are 20 minutes away from PPI. I guess pretty much after this, I kind of want to stop taking signals until PPI. Let me I'm just going to flatten out over here. And just wait. I'm going to wait for PPI until, because I think range is going to expand after that. Hopefully we get some movement. There's a little bit of a scalp trade here if we frankly kind of wanted to trade it. I'm just going to take a small scalps trade here. Let's see if I can get into it. And I can't. Oh, no, wait. I'm in. Trade should be here against this hold. See if I can make a little bit of a scalp move here. There we go. Ah, come on. Already just right then and there. Short 44. I want to be at 40, right? 40. Go on. Yeah, come on. So the scalp trade here, for those of you guys who kind of scalping with us, tape is bearish, volatility is strong, reversal signal, we fade the reversal signal, we sell the reversal, we sell the green triangle, not buy the green triangle, because the tape determines direction, not the signal. And it almost just keeps teasing me on a, what's the low on this thing? 41.75. I was like literally right then and there. All right, we'll see if this trades out. Trying to get this thing done. Nah. Okay, I'm just flatten out at even money here, just because the rule of thumb is it should be a 2 minute trade. If it's longer than 2 minutes, the scalp kind of is invalidated. So fine, we flatten out on this trade. Let's keep an eye on what else is happening here. I'll just keep an eye on looking at scalps and positionals, but at 8:10, 20 minutes in front of the news, probably not going to have any more trades that I want to do. Maybe I'll do a scalp trade if it pops up. But the game plan here is to kind of look at post PPI at positionals and whatever scalps happen to us then. We are mid range, right below the VWAP. London low 821, high is 90, petered out at 95. We traded the failure. We tried to trade the breakout of high, which was always a mistake, and then we traded the reversal. And the reversal, like I said, the indicator is much better at picking the reversal spots in the market. And remember, most of the time, the market is always going to be it's a wave, right? It's an up and down move. So it's and finally this is starting to break to the downside. I'm trying to target London lows here. Tape is definitely staying bearish. We have no signal because this is not a scalp signal for us. Nice job on that short. Nice. Up down pop. I'm gonna try this. Just see if I can get myself. I'm in. Let's see if I can get the move here. There we go. Trying to get the high of the clip in it. I couldn't. So 15 minutes in front of the news, you can see volatility up, down, up. Big sign for us to just not do anything until the news prints. It's just telling you that the markets are very, very schizophrenic right now. ATR picking up, which is nice. That means volatility is starting to went from about 4.5 to 8.5. So that means there should be some nice quick continuity once we get excuse me, once we get signals. You think it goes to London low? I think it's reasonable to go to London low. I think maybe even before the PPI, it tries to test the London lows. I mean, vibe before PPI clearly is a little bit more bearish than bullish, so you want to be watching those flows. Good for you, Tim. Good job. Good job. Good job. Tim is 3 for 3 today. Nice job. We are 15 minutes away from see if the London lows hold. If we get a break to the upside, that could be interesting, but just definitely not tradable at this point because we're like 13 minutes away from news. See if there's anything on. UK economic data is just garbage. So this is coming up. This is what we're looking for right now. Oh, I had a scalp trade here that I just kind of missed. Sorry. That would have been a clean, clear scalp here. Breaking London lows, just like Tim said. Write that in there. And prior day trading lows too. So this 1800, I really kind of want, I just want to trade this maybe on a little bit of a scalp basis just to see if we can get any continuity. I put myself right above here. Not really a trade, but I'm just fucking around in front of the news on small size. And seven minutes before the open, before the news. I thought they might try to push it to the 800 level, but they could also just pump it up right before they drop the like it feels like dealers are trying to pump the price up so they can drop it on the news. So big battle of wills here. We'll see if I'm basically right above, my stop is right above this breakdown bar. We'll see if they try to cover it. 5 minutes to the news release. All right, first order gets filled. No, looks like they want. Looks like they're going to try to run in front of it. Okay, fine. We'll just take. I'll take the loss on this one. We'll convene after the news. We'll refocus and reconvene. I was just trying to press this thing down to the 800. It didn't go. As a matter of fact, you could say that they're holding the prior day low, and if the news is good, it's going to bounce back up, and you want to be trading it long. Three minutes to the news. Two minutes to the news. Now, big moves up and down the ladder. Let's see. Looks like negative, positive. Hard to say. Positive. Looks like it's a big break positive, right? Market is really popping now. Looks like a good print. Where's the print? Oh, zero. Core is hotter though. Core is lower though, so still pretty positive. That's actually pretty good, but the market is retreating off the number. Let's see where it wants to stay. So core is slightly higher on a year-to-year basis, lower on a month-to-month. Initial jobless claims are a little higher. Year-on-year is 4.7. I mean, generally not a bad number, right? Let's see what it wants to do. Still couldn't break that high at the 29.9. Let's see. So now it becomes really interesting. If we get a lightning bolt down, I got to go short this because I think it's I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna sell it right now and just see if it stays. I'm basically anticipating that it's going to be a down move. Let's see if I'm right. Always want to wait until they close the candle, but I'm kind of front running this. And if they close the candle, I'll add to the position. If the candle closes at a lightning bolt, I will add to the position. Okay, I'm adding to the position. See if we can get a short target, long target. Still, that 800 is the target, right? Everybody's just trying to see if the shorts want to break the 800, trying to follow this all the way to the downside. News is sort of neutral. You can't really say it's good or bad. I don't think it makes any difference on the interest rate front. But the sentiment today seems to be a little heavy on this. See if I'm right as far as sentiment goes. Hey, astrologer, how are you? Yeah, today was definitely not a good day. PPI is almost never good for a straddle because it's kind of a two-way flush, right? If they take out VWAP, I'm going to close this trade. If they close above VWAP, then this they're not testing the lows. No point. We're just going to close this out and reconfigure. I'm taking. There's no point of hanging around this trade. Just nothing kind of working right now on any of these moves. Notice where I'm failing. It's really interesting. I'm failing at the breakdown trades, right? The reversal trades all work. It's the breakdown trades that are not working. So that's really interesting. Let's take a look at gold. I'm going to come back to gold right now because gold is sort of showing a bounce off the New York lows here, off a modestly, positive PPI. So let's give this a shot with a proper 10-point stop. So I'm going to put my stop, like as I said, I think I need a basically New York low stop here. And where's my target? Oh, here's my sell limit. Let's see if I can, if gold is, it's going to be the right trade for me here today. I have this kind of a interesting thought about this, and I realized that, my frustration at gold really isn't the problem with gold. It's just my frustration at the improper, in the proper stops. We said that you need to be stopping yourself at below the big levels, which really means that you got to do a 10-point buy-in. But at the same time, you can get a 5-point payout. So if I get that, that'll be good. I will take it. So I'm basically staying gold long here on this up move here. It's 45. I came in at 47. So let's see if I can get the 50 target over here. The idea here is that, yes, PPI was muted enough that the rates of September rate hike are absolutely zero at this point, in my opinion. And if that's the case, gold should see, a little bit more rally after the news. And maybe the New York session decides to really start taking it out above the 450 level. So it survived the stop. It's a legitimate looking signal, lightning bolt up. We have the proper stop on this thing. So let's see if the trade now, as we configure it properly, starts to work a little bit. We'll go back. I'll just leave this alone. And I'll go back to NASDAQ and just watch the NASDAQ trades here and see what we can do. NASDAQ trades still trading right around the VWAP level. Oh, breaking out above VWAP on NAS. Lightning bolt trade up here would put me long for a run towards London highs. And the gold trade actually works. So like once, I calmed down and I realized how to trade this thing. So the gold trade worked for about 40 points, which was nice. And that was the proper structure. I mean, I was a little bit late on the entry. It should have been a 50-point trade if I had come on over here. But again, what's the trade? The trade was from level to level on a proper move. Also, failure rebounds are the bread and butter trades are actually the reversal trades, right? Of my indicator, it's bouncing off the levels, not going through the levels that really works the best. So we recover a little bit of the gold move from earlier today, but more importantly, I think we establish how to trade this properly on a bigger time frame. So that's good. That's good. Thanks. I don't know if anybody followed me into the gold trade, but that worked out. It was a quick 50-point move there. And it was properly sized, properly structured. Really, that's like 90% of the mistake is the structure, right? The structure of the trade. All right, well, we're failing at VWAP. I have to take this trade. This is a pretty reasonable trade here. I got to sell this thing at 13. I'm going to wait for the candle to close. Short this on the VWAP against pretty much the session highs over here. See what we can do here on the trade. See if we can get this done. Just one unit, just not getting anything crazy. But we did fail the VWAP here, so Nasdaq seems to be struggling. Let's see if the negative flows stay in place. Let's see what if there's any commentary on Twitter on anything, just as far as the data goes. Very quiet market, right? Not much going on here. 45 minutes to the open. Ranges are just generally, look at this. Look at the range. Not even a 100-point range in London. That's really emblematic of how quiet we are. The high in Tokyo is 24. That's actually like 140-point range on the Tokyo side. So London range is inside Tokyo range. That's pretty unusual. That's really unusual. Think about that. They couldn't take out Tokyo highs or Tokyo lows. Wow, that's very interesting. So that means that's actually kind of an interesting thought that if London couldn't take out Tokyo highs, Tokyo lows, New York is very likely going to test one of the other one of those highs, one of those extremes, right? I'm going to close this trade. It's definitely not working, and it's actually working the other way. And I'm realizing something very interesting. Oh, look at that. As soon as I close it, it reverses on me. Oh, look at this. It's going to be 10 a.m. Saturday. I want to take this long. This is my thought. I'm going to be buying here. Hang on a second. If this thing stays, I keep thinking that I may be just getting caught in the chop, which is fine. I'm trading small, so I'm giving myself a little room. But I just keep thinking about something very interesting here that I wanted to point out. What's been working, what's not been working. If this thing ends up as a lightning bolt, I'm going to add to this position. I'm going to add to this position on the close. All right, that doesn't matter. I just added to it. I'm going to short target, long target this, and pretty much stay. This is pretty much my final trade on this cycle. So here's my thought about what's really working in this market and where what's not working. What's working is every single reversal signal. So what I mean by that is bouncing off the levels works. Running through the levels does not. So we've spent most of our time below VWAP. So a break towards the VWAP works. A break below VWAP does not because it's a continuity trade and we're looking for a reversal trade. So if this thing breaks above, gives me a lightning bolt above VWAP after being so long below VWAP, I definitely want to be long this thing. I kind of ran ahead of this. This kind of just died out on me on the last second, but I think we're going to get an extension here to the upside. Bottom line is that basically bounces off levels is really what's working, and any kind of trade continuity on levels is not. And that's also very emblematic of a low range environment, right? High range environment means there's lots of continuity. Low range environment means levels are going to get bounced off of. So we need to be mindful and really watch this, watch that price action in that particular behavior set, optimize for that type of behavior, which is what I'm trying to do right now. So let's see if we can pick up a little bit of juice here. Where's my target? 60. Okay, so first target filled. I'm going to hang on the second target. See if I can hit the second target. See lightning bolt up on the move here. I'll take my profit over here into the move just to kind of clean myself up. But that's what I was basically trying to trade, is this breakout. As we finally, we cleared the low levels, and now we try to run towards the London highs. Yeah, I could have pressed it just a little bit more. So lightning bolts up off the levels were all good trades. I mean, PPI excluded because obviously you're not going to trade in front of the news. Testing the levels to the downside, no. Remember, I did this trade over here. It took a while, but that was a perfect clean trade to the downside. Reversals over here, we took this trade, perfect clay trade. So rejecting the levels with a confirmation is the trade. That's the structure. Accepting the level, not so much. I'm going to do a small, might as well do a little bit of scalping on, for fun. We have a bullish tape, moderate climb, which is good enough for me to want to take this trade for like a very, very small scalp. So I'm going to try and take it if I can. All right, I'm in the trade. Let's see, to the upside. Let's see if this is going. Oh, where am I? Yeah, there I am. I'm trying to take it for the 4. I should have actually waited. I should have waited for the move here. Its close was 66 and it bounced right up for me. Scalps really always have to be market entries. Yeah, we'll take this. Why not? See if I'm right here. All right. I took that exit kind of like in a half-ass way, but the trade should have been boom, boom. I'm gonna do like these little scalps just also to show you more examples, but also just for fun to add to just see if we can scalp the P&L a little bit in between the positional trades, because positional trades have been few and far between that have been good. But my vibe here is I'm going to take any moderate or dangerous climate on the triangles, and obviously any safe climate on the lightning bolts if I get them for the scalp side, in between all the positional trades. If I'm sitting in between levels, that's where the opportunity is for the scalps for me. I'm actually curious. I wonder how this would have been on this one. What were the conditions here? Conditions were safe, so there was no trade. There's no trade. Okay. Yeah. It's funny. Song is saying take short now, and astrologer says bullish now. You have not been right all morning, Song idea. You know what? My friend, I tell you what. Adieu to you. Goodbye. Goodbye. I hate braggadocio assholes who come into the chat room pretending like they know what they're doing. He's been calling for a short for the last 10 points, and he's just going to get his ass handed to him. Okay, half an hour to the open. Let the fireworks begin, hopefully. Trend is still bullish. This is a buy signal for me if wherever it holds. I'm gonna just really practice what I preach, which is I'm gonna be a buyer market here on the close. So we got a red triangle. Tape is still bullish unless the tape goes away. I'm gonna be long this trade for a small scalp. Just one more time. 25 seconds left. I'm gonna wait for the close. Wait for the close. We're actually climbing. This is a negative triangle on climbing to the highs at this point. 14, 15 seconds. All right, I'm long this trade for 4 up, 10 down. Let's see if this pushes us a little bit higher. 81.25. Nope. Scalp. Short scalp is under. A long scalp is under a lot of pressure, but we'll see. Maybe they can pull it up a little bit. I mean, this was a tough little scalp. The first scalp was very, very clean and clear. Now it's obviously coming up against all those resist levels. But if it pops, it really tells me that it wants to go to take out that 29,900. This is the New York rally, hopefully, that we're starting to see. Let's see if this scalp does me right. I need to see what 81. Come on, 81. So the scalp works again. So 2 for 2 on the scalps, which is nice. We'll just keep chipping away at that on the trade and work see how it's working on the London highs. Good job, astrologer. That asshole Song Adieu, who was like, "Oh, it's a short, trust me." If you trusted him, you would have been down like 30 points. I fucking hate people who have no humility. All right, he's gone. And astrologer is always working. See, we're like right there, 29.9. I was like, that scalp recovered, and it's really, really telling us that they want to scalp London highs here. Yes, the arrow was red, and I took it long. So for those of you guys who are new, this is the explanation of what we do. On top of the our indicator, there is another indicator called regime overlay. And at that time, the tape was bullish, right? The way things work, and this is why we succeed so well, is because we're always reading context first, signal second. And so this particular indicator is supposed to give us context. The way it works is the general tape is bullish. That means any red triangle is a buy, not a sell. It's a retrace. It's a retrace in a bullish trend, which is exactly what this was. So if let me just I show you actually on the executions. You can see this on executions. Where is this? Here you go, on execution marks. Here's the execution. It's too many marks to see, but you can see this. You see me? I'm buying here. I'm buying, selling over here. I'm buying the dip because the tape is bullish. I'm buying the dip because the tape is bullish. There's a lot of other things that show you that everything is bullish. The moving averages are bullish and everything else, but we don't need that. All of that is encapsulated in that tape. If you go back to replay mode and you're over here, what do you see? Tape is bullish, right? So because tape is bullish, the signal is the least important part of the situation. It's the context that's the most important part. So sometimes I always say, sometimes a buy is a buy, sometimes a buy is a sell. And you got to know contextually when one is the other. So that's why we were buying. That's the whole point. That's why it was a successful trade, because we were in sync with the context of what was going on. Does that make sense to you? We could have used them as a Jim Crater indicator. Yeah, you're right. London highs hit. Yes, London highs are hit. We are right there, taking out the 902, right? Taking out the 902. And now the next target is the Tokyo high, which is 924, right? There we go. So the range is really, really expanded. You can see, that, for example, that break of the VWAP, as I was talking about, was a really good signal for much more further price action, right? So all of that definitely working well for us. As the London highs. I have a feeling actually today might be a really good trading day after kind of a quiet London session. Remember, London was inside Tokyo. It's very likely now it's going to start to break the outside Tokyo range, right? First time somebody answer you on live. I answer every legitimate question. I answer every legitimate question. I'm glad you asked it. It was a good question, and it helped a lot of other people in the room. So look at this. We're gunning for Tokyo highs. Let's see if we can take them out. Now remember, failure is what I want to trade. What I mean by that is level failure, right? So if I get a lightning bolt down, I do want to trade that. I want to trade that very much. So if you guys are first time in the room, come hang out with us. As you can see, it's a very anti-guru feed. We make mistakes. I do a lot of cursing. We constantly struggle with trying to figure out the structure and the trades. I don't bullshit my P&L. And God, by the way, speaking of bullshit P&L, oh man, I don't know if you guys know this guy named Jade Cap, right? Who I've actually met. Was a very nice guy. But there's a lawsuit between him and our friends at Apex. And apparently he spent 300, like the guy used claimed that he was, he got $1 million payout and stuff like that. And then you find out that he spent $300,000 in challenges, which is just insane. Just insane. I don't think I've spent 3% of that in challenges. I mean, it's just insane. And so of course, if you spend 300,000 in challenges, you're probably going to eventually get payouts. But the point was that he got less in payouts than he got in challenge. It's like an ugly lawsuit between the two of them. But like, I basically realized that every bullshit guru on YouTube that claims to have $1 million payout has paid the prop firm $2 million in challenges to do that. Certainly Patrick Whelan is for sure number one guy, because they don't give a shit. They just use their fake payouts to convince you they know what they're doing and collect affiliate fees from you and keep the party going. I still remember when Whelan actually was honest enough to admit that he spent $10,000 in one day just trying to pass 5 Lucid accounts, which I don't think I've spent $10,000 in my life. No, not even close in challenges. So yeah, we're a little bit different than every bullshit guru on YouTube. Bottom line is, anybody who tells you they have a $100,000 payout check from a prop firm, 100% lying. 100% lying. I'll go to my grave believing that. What I mean by this, they probably have a $100,000 payout check because they paid the prop firm $250,000 in challenges. If you think about that, he got pissed because they're not paying him out. They put him on live. So he started losing money, of course, and so he started doing chargebacks. Against the firm. So now they're like in a big lawsuit. I mean, it's all public. Kellyanne has a whole YouTube video on that. So feel free to watch it. But every time I kind of look underneath the skirts, I realize the lie, because I know how hard it is. You guys see how hard it is for me, how hard it is for you guys to just get to target, just to get to payout, just to get all of this shit. It's not the market is not an easy game. It's a fun game, but it's not an easy game. So when somebody tells you they have a $500,000 payout, that it's either fake completely, they're literally just photoshopping it, or they've paid $1 million to the prop firm to get that $500,000 payout. It's just pure marketing. It is zero skill. And when I watch these guys live, I realize it's zero skill, because they just literally have a hunch but a bunch trading. Woof, guys. Tokyo highs, challenging Tokyo highs. So London, as I said, London climbs through Tokyo highs. I wish we had a signal, but at least you could see the narrative on the move. I could easily show it on level to level. $12K a year is not a lot, Jojo. I'm telling you that these guys spent $250,000. The point is that if you want to get a $100,000 payout, what you're doing is you're just buying tons and tons and tons of accounts. Few of them get into funding, and you just YOLOing them. You're just YOLOing. You're just hoping you catch that 30, 40 point move on a max lever thing. Or maybe if they have like a 3-day consistency rule, you just do it over 2 days. It's just if you do this in Claude, you do like a Monte Carlo simulator. A monkey can get a $100,000 payout if it does 1 million tries, which is what they're doing. So there's no skill in and the firms are perfectly happy. Because the firms are like, yeah, we'll put this idiot out there to tell people he's got a $100,000 payout when they're collecting $250,000 in fees from him. It just opened up my eyes to to the bullshit in the business. Oh, trade is bullish, guys. Sorry, I'm watching. I want to be long this thing. I want to be long this thing for a scalp. For a scalp. Tape is bullish. All right, I'm in here. Let's see if the scalpy works. Where am I in? 13? We'll see. I wonder if the other trade. Oh man, what is up with my cursor? Close here was 11, low was 5. Yeah, that would have worked here too. Now this one is just, I don't think this one's going to work. We'll see. So this was a scalp that I should have taken. I'm just sort of like zoning out. I should have been watching this scalp. This scalp was a clean scalp. The second scalp, the second consecutive scalp signal is always going to be weaker because it's always a chance of more of a retrace move here. See if I can survive this. I'm not holding my breath on this one, but the first one was a really good one. If we bought this at 11, that was a nice clean scalp to the upside, and that was clearly probably in a bullish tape because this tape is super bullish. I should be yapping less and watching more. Purple triangles? I have no idea. Yeah, that scalp just did not work. Just ate a little bit of that scalp. Now what gets interesting is whether if this is the rejection. I want to see a lightning bolt down. That could be a really interesting trade for us. Although it's only like 15 minutes before the open. But does this level get rejected? We might want to trade. Let me just do something. When a scalp fails, usually the move the other way works. So let's see if I'm right. Usually, like in other words, this is a clean scalp. It failed on its signal. Let's see if I'm right that there's more continuity to the downside. Another just a small quick scalp the other way. We'll see. That 29,900 is the key level now. We broke to the upside now. The question is, going to try and see if tested as a support level or whether it holds. We'll see. I'm going to get out of this thing because I have a counter signal here, which is the green triangle in a neutral tape. Generally, should be a positive trade, but we'll see. I'm going to just leave it be. Close 8. Look at that. Nope. Broke down. I don't know. I reserve my judgment, Carlos. The point is that, as I said, once these lawsuits start hitting and the truth comes out and the because in these lawsuits they actually show you the spend, right? You can't, so like once you lift the kimono, you like realize, oh, those results are all manufactured. Um, Oh, I just missed my target over here. It just popped on my target here. What was the high here? 6. Just missed my target. Sorry, I wasn't watching. I should have taken a target. All right, we'll see if this thing floats here a little bit. 6, 7. Come on, I need to see 7.25. Let's go. 7.25. Ugh, this thing is just so slow. 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7.25. So yeah, so this scalp finally worked. Let me explain to you like what the methodology for this is. When the tape is no longer driving, if the tape goes neutral, that means it loses its directional focus. Then the directional focus is Q from the triangle, right? So this triangle was green, so the Q was up, which is why I took the scalp to the upside. So bottom line is, this scalp succeeded. This scalp failed because we're a bullish tape and it actually failed. This scalp succeeded, right? The general rule of thumb is we're trying to be 3 out of 4 on scalps, which we generally are. I just haven't scalped a lot with you guys lately because I've been focusing more on the positional trades. But now that now that I'm getting the rhythm on the positional trades and the scalp trades, I'll put both into play because that's going to give us a lot more examples for people to see of how the structures work and how the trades work and what works, what you want to adopt for yourself as a trading mechanism. So it'll be a little bit more. I'm going to be a lot more active on both sides. But scalps require, as I always say, total focus, total dedication, and split-second execution, which is why they're really not for everybody. And in fact, I would say for most people, they're not great trades unless you have the mindset for that and really like doing it. I have the mindset, but sometimes I don't have the. I'm not, my attention span is taken off somewhere. Like I will do a lot of bad execution on scalps because I'm not 100. You got to be 100% focused on the screen when you're doing scalps, and very often we're not. Whereas on positional trades, it can be much more leisurely on your structures and just let them play out. So we're still a little bit underneath the Tokyo highs. Still pretty much an inside session, but really clearly you can see this, we definitely expanded the range much more. What I mean by tape, it's just the market. Tape is just just a synonym for the market. So, you see these red triangles, these are all positives. These are all buy to dip trades, basically. In our methodology, these are all buy to dip trades. And in many of them, they're actually amazingly great buy to dip trades in all these structures, right? I probably should eventually like, yeah, honestly, like the proper visual cue for this, because I know it's not obvious, because obviously everything we do is kind of a work in progress. But I just realized that the proper visual cue for this would be a green triangle, right? You buy the dip, and this is a green up triangle. But if you synchronize this to this thing, this would be a red triangle. Like, in other words, you sell this based upon the tape neutral. The really proper thing to do is to integrate the overlay into the indicator, and then give you the visual clues that would work on the thing. But that's a project maybe for another weekend. But you guys see what I'm saying? Does everybody understand what I'm saying? That to really make this visually consistent, this indicator has to go into the broad indicator, so that it's we just basically it talks to each other, and it shows you the proper structure. Tell me if you agree with this, or whether you think that's necessary. We are 5 minutes away from the open, so see what we can do here today. Wow, gold just died. Gold has literally went into a $2 range for the last hour. I've been looking at. Wow. Actually, it had a rejection move of London lows that could have traded. Oh yeah, you probably have the confirm. Yeah, you have the confirm candles. Yeah, which I really no longer really use on there. All right, we're 5 minutes away. I just to show you guys, by the way, on gold, where the trades here. Look at this. Here's the London high. We spike through this, get a rejection, right? And if you were trading this with with a 10-5, the rejection totally worked, right? Totally worked. I could have, now we're kind of testing Tokyo's. Bottom line is, with gold, again, the key, the best way to use my indicator is the failure to break through the levels. Like when the surfers they catch the wave at the bottom and they ride it to the top. That's really what we're trying to do on the indicator as well. It's kind of like how we're trying to trade this. Catching the high and going higher pretty much always ends up with us flipping on the surfboard, right? We get flipped over on the surfboard. Tomorrow, guys, I'm going to trade the wealth charts. We are 2 minutes from the open. Very, very quiet. I think we run the 30,000 today. I think the markets are like, fuck it. Interest rates staying low. Let's run it. Let's see. Let's see if I'm right. Le Bonheur Startup Programmer. Are you Québécois? This is all proprietary indicators, Moretti, that that are part of our BK club. French. Okay. Bienvenue. Where are you from in France? All right, opening up, trade down, rejecting London high. Interesting. New York low. Let's see how it trades. Is actually very. Look at this. It's 12 to. We're not even a 50-point candle. Let's see. Well, it's 35 seconds left. Ah, nice. So look at this. Look at this, guys. Vol is not exactly running. ATR is 10. Range is basically less than 40 points. Jesus Christ, man. Could this be weaker? Wow, look at this. I still think those London highs, New York high, London high, Tokyo high is going to get taken out. I still think that's going to be the play. All right, let's see what happens here. We got nothing on the plate here. All right, second move down to the VWAP. Fresh New York lows. Where's the London lows? London lows are far away at the 800. All right, let's see what happens to the VWAP. If VWAP gives me a lightning bolt up, I want to be long. They actually, sorry, I was kind of, I don't usually scalp during this time. This was a legit short scalp. Tape was bearish. Trade climate was safe. All right, let's see if we get a bounce back up. We need a 13.8 here on the body. That's not working. There we go. There we go. Getting a bounce. I'm going to stay very patient. This thing is, it's killing me. I got to stay patient. I got to make sure this candle holds. See, it's really threatening not to hold. See, candle disappears, candle appears. Let's see. All right, we're good. We're long this trade. Staying underneath the session lows. Let's see if we can get this done. Come to Poppy. Let's go. All right, good. All right. Making a little freaking progress here and reversing secondary trades. So this was good. I probably should have gotten more moves, but so this was exactly what I wanted. A bounce off level, trade up. We could have made a lot more money, but I'm having a rough day today, so I'll take whatever small wins I can to keep myself flat and then reconfigure myself. But this was a absolutely classic trade of ours. VWAP is here, lightning bolt here, gives us we're rejecting the level. That's where we want to trade, the level rejection, right? New York high now breaks through. Does this mean that we go to 30,000? Absolutely. This is the prior day Globex high, right? 30,000. They want to test that. Sorry, what do you mean touches? Like, so you have a red triangle, the price actually touches the SMA to the downside, and you're a buyer. Are you buyer at the touch, or are you buyer on the close? Give me the step-by-step test that you did, so that we can understand it better. There's the run for 30,000. If you guys were long that, this move, you could see it. It's just right then and there. The most important part is I want everybody to see is just how important the levels are. You see how we're trading level to level, and I actually have a I should have taken a scalp here. I had I have a safe condition bullish trade here. But let's see. I'm going to try and take a scalp move here if I can. 15 seconds on the scalp. We're through the 30,000. 10 seconds. I'm in the scalp. And we're done. That was so fast that you didn't even see it. So that was it. I was in the scalp and I was out of the scalp. You guys saw that like my trade got done and it only just started posting on. So I can show it to you guys over here. It's really, really funny. Just a fast how fast the market was. This was my trade. I was in right here at 14 and out at 22 right over here. Right, you can see it. Where's my little boomer cam? 14 and 22. It just didn't show it, but that was the setup. That was the scalp setup, and that perfect. So fresh New York highs. We took the 30,000. You guys get to see all levels being run exactly as I I thought they would, which is the whole point of how our structure works. Now the key thing is where do we hold them? Where's the failure going to be? What's the next move here? We're up 0.5%. Market is feeling pretty good here. Tape is bullish against a red triangle. Yeah. So Ali, take me through the. So it touches it, right? So Ali, let's just talk to me like a 5-year-old child. Price touches the SMA on the red triangle. Then you wait for the close of that particular candle, and you're going to go long, right? That's your trade. I'm going to try and scalp this red triangle, guys. Let's see if it's going to work. All right, I'm in the triangle here. Let's see if it's going to give me a tick. I'm taking a quick scalp because honestly, oh no, it's I thought it was already 10 o'clock. I thought I had to go. But yeah, is that what we're doing? So like, actually, let me clean up the chart. Actually, you know what? Let's go to a clean chart. Let's go to a clean chart. Let's go to a clean chart. MNQ, 1 minute chart. This is what Ali is talking about. We're going to zoom in on this stuff. So this would be a trade, the type of trade that you would do. Here's a pierce of the moving average, right? Green triangle. You're selling over here, right? Here your thing would have failed. Here's a pierce of the SMA. You're a buyer here. You're failing. I don't see too many red triangles where it touches the SMA. What am I missing, Ali? I mean, here you see it touching the thing, and you would have been a seller, and it would have been fine. But I don't see too many examples of this. $7.34 today. 7:34 New York time. 7:34 New York time. Oh, here, this one. Yeah. This is what you're talking about. This was a pierce up. Well, that's the one that I actually went long. Remember, I went long on a positional trade on this one because that was a super good. You just don't have that many. It's rare. I guess the rarer the trade, the better the trade. It's always that way. Here you go. Here's another one where it pierces the SMA and pops back up. You're right. Here's where it touches, and that would have worked. This one fails. This one fails. You know what I think would be the? Here's the thing, Ali. This is the one caveat. By the way, I've thought about this too a while back. So the candle has to end up green. If the candle is pink, it's a no-go because it means it breaks. It actually stays below the SMA. It stays below the SMA. So it's the same thing here. If this candle was green on the close, it wouldn't have been a trade. But here, touches the SMA, pops up, right? Touches the SMA, stays green, pop up. It's the combo. You need those two things. It touches the SMA and stays green, or touches the SMA and stays red. Like this is not a buy. Like this is not a buy right now because even though it would have worked because it's a pink triangle. Which, by the way, guys, we have a rejection of the New York high level, right? So I am going to go sell this right now on a positional basis, and see if it's going to work for us. Here I'm on the. I got to go into the other trade here. Hang on a second. Oh man, where am I? Here we go. Okay, I want to clean up. Let me just get rid of all the trades. Execution marks, that's all gone. Okay, so I'm basically short against the New York high on the idea that this level kind of failed. We'll see. This usually, the first signal is never the best one, and that's the thing. It's not going to always pick the perfect turn, especially in the New York session where you need a lot of times you need a couple of turns before it picks the turn. But let's let this thing play out. Let's see how it plays out right now. I'm gonna put this right over here. Let's see if I can get myself done. Well, that's the same thing as saying the candle itself has to be green, to be a buyer or sell. Here we go. 45, 49. Boom. Sweet. Sweet. I'm finally starting to click a little bit on the close, and we're starting to come back from the dead on this account. So this was, again, failure of the level. Failure of the level gives us a perfect sell signal. We took it. Now we're probably going to bounce back between the high and the low. There's 30,000. It's fine. Now we're just gonna let the market assert itself. But it's really the key to trading levels is trading the failures, not the confirmations, right? I mean, here you absolutely had the breakout confirmation. We didn't trade that. Would have worked very, very well. But this type of move is few and far between, right? If you look at this, if you look at a trend segment, I think when I did the data, it was about 8% of all candle segments. Actually, I'm going to do the research. I'll come back to you tomorrow. It's pretty easy research for Claude to do for me. Is like how many segments are trendy, meaning you start at candle 1 and candle 10 gives you like X amount of points up or down. And I think it was only 8% of all segments was like this. So trading continuity of levels, it's much easier to trade the reversal of levels. Fresh session highs here on the New York side, kind of, come back up, which is fine. ATR up to 25, so we're really starting to cook a little bit more. And now, now this segment could see more continuity for sure. Now I just have to stay patient and see when we get the reversal move. Excuse me. Oh. Market's definitely starting to crank a little bit here. I don't click on TradingView. I'm trading through Trade of 8, which is displaying trades through TradingView. you can connect Tradingview to TradingView, and it will display your trades. You can trade directly from TradingView, but it's a very delayed structure. So unless you're like a positional trader, I don't trade on TradingView. You get much faster execution on Tradingview. I really first half hour, they really lifted the market big post PPI. Wow, that was some big move. Look at that. Nice vol moves all the way up. Wow, man, that is super strong move right now. For scalping, I absolutely think you need to trade through Tradingview because the execution on TradingView is too slow because it has to make a secondary call. It basically, when you're trading through TradingView, it goes into Tradingview, places a trade, comes back and displays it. Whereas with Tradingview, it's trading directly, and then it's just simply showing the trade on TradingView. That's why you have the delay. Oh man, we're like super overbought right now. Let's see if we get a red triangle for a scalp trade here. Yeah, here comes a red triangle. How much time do we have? 38 seconds left. We're gonna definitely scalp this one. See if that's gonna play out for right now for us. 30 seconds left on the clock here. No, man, it's not even a dip. It's just making fresh highs here. I hate taking this trade, but I'm going to try and take it. Oh my God, this is the hardest trade in the world to take. Because it's just so subject to retrace. I really hate taking that trade. I'm in at 53, and it's obvious that it's getting killed. But let's see if it's going to recover. No, it's going to come back against me. This one I'm taking again. This is probably a better trade. Again, it's reaching down. It's reaching me out. Killing me. waiting for the candle close is killing me on the trades. But I'm sticking with this trade. This is definitely, this should be a good trade. I'm in at 43 now. Let's see if that's going to work. No. No, it's just buying highs in such a grossly overbought. Look at this 104 in the direction. Just really, really tough. In this case, a sell is really a sell, not a buy. It's just too far overstretched from the moving averages, from everything else, that it was due for a correction, and buying it at this level was just stupid. That's unfortunate. Like 2 in a row that just basically, if you bought, if you didn't wait for the candle to close, you would have been fine. But now that's it. Just did not work. I'm having not a very tough day, but a tough day because it's like 1 win, 2 losses, 1 win, 2 losses, just everything. Everything conspiring to keep me frustrated. But no worries, I will come back. I promise you. It's frustrating. Look at that. It just takes us out on the volatility. Just takes me out on the volatility, 38. And then it comes right back up to hit target. This is just, that's been a day for me today. All right, the patient trade now, and the trade left for me at this point, if we get a chance, is lightning bolt down. This is going to be a rejection of this New York high. And if I get the rejection of this New York high, I'm going to trade this positionally as my final trade of the day. Let's see if we can get it. Tony says it's time to pretend that we're all useless senators and go home till September. Yeah, probably. That's probably true. All right. stalling at this 31.55. Let's see what they want to do. See if they want to push it a little higher before correction is coming. I've rarely seen trade climate at 2 is already pretty high. At 4, that's just massive, massive overbought conditions. But you don't move until we don't move until we get a signal. Remember, it can always go higher. This was frustrating because these 2 buys just simply didn't have enough, and that's that's always the story. Didn't have enough room to on the stop side. It just clipped me because of that. Fresh highs for the market. Breakout high here. I'm going to sell this just for shit. Because this is generally a fade signal, and this in the super, super large thing. So I'm just going to give myself one chance to see if this kind of top ticks. It's not a trade, not a setup, but when it's that extreme, I'm going to give myself the room and the chance to see if we're near session highs and get a little bit of a correction. If not, then I'll leave one more stop, and then I'll just reconfigure. The proper trade is to wait for the lightning bolt down for a reversal. So I'm definitely picking tops here, but within reason because we're just so grossly overbought. And there we go. I was able to recover some of that back. Now, if I have time, I got about maybe 5-10 more minutes with you guys. If we get lightning bolt down, definitely want to get short on that signal. That'll be the rejection of the level. But I have to be super patient over here. Much as I want to, I can't really press that trade until it comes. Market up 300 points, up 1% on this big move. Really, the whole move in the last half hour. That's literally where it happened. Hey, Ali, would this be a buy for you? Matches the SMA, it's green. Would you be a buyer on the closer here at 182? And I know this is like an extreme example, so it's very likely going to fail here. But technically, would that be a buy? All right, touching the 86. So far, buyers in full control. So we have to wait for the sellers to show their hand. I'm going to take this as a sell here, guys, because the candle is assuming this is going to close. I'm just going to take this as a sell. If not, candle's got to turn pink. It's got to stay pink, which means, all right, I'll give it a shot, essentially against New York session highs into this move. Let's see if this is a little bit. It's still too early. I really need a lightning bolt move to the downside, but this is sort of an early move. And the only reason I'm taking this move is because we basically lost the SMA. This is telling you that the sellers were able to drill it below the 8 SMA. So there is more selling than buying pressure here, and the turn could be legitimate. So let's see if this plays itself out. I'm at 67, targeting 56. Let's see. Still really too early to short, honestly, because there's nothing here that gives you high confidence. This is just sort of low confidence that there may be a turn here. But we need it to get high confidence. And that's why, like, maybe a single probative trade is okay. But if you get high confidence, we can add to the position. It's taking a long time, huh? Oh, come on, baby. All right, guys, I got to run. I'll let you know how these trades work out. You guys can obviously see them later. We'll be back. We'll be back. I'm actually going to trade Asia tonight with you guys in gold on those, better levels that we talked about. And then obviously we'll do Friday. We'll do like full force 6 to 10 a.m. Let's see how it works out. I'll see you guys a little later. Everybody have a great day. Enjoy. Take care.